Hello and welcome to impromptu Elite Dangerous stream. I've not streamed for a while, so we're getting back on a horse here again. And we're just chilling and filling up some colonised bases with my commodities. We have a wee chat if anybody turns up and says hello. And we'll have a gab about the latest expansion and what's happening in Elite Dangerous. My name is Cosmic Drifter. I might play on both my commanders tonight, we'll see how I feel. And we're building in various locations around the galaxy. Good evening, Andy. It's nice to see you, buddy. I hope you're well. We're needing to get some steel and titanium on board our fleet carrier, because we're going to try and finish something tonight. Although I don't know how long that'll take. The old commodities don't deliver themselves, sadly. I can't help wondering if the old hauling game loop has done its bit. Although there was an instance, I believe in Sunday or earlier today maybe, when a bunch of guys built an Orbis in under an hour, which is absolutely madness. But a lot of fleet carriers and strong squadron carriers filled up to the gunnels, I guess. Good evening, Claus Schmidt. Welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. Thanks for saying hello. So yeah, steel and titanium seem to be kind of regular occurrence for the last few things needed when I start building stuff. So let's go and get some and stick it in the fleet carrier. Dump it to where we go. So it's worth making a note of this. We are 14.476 billion, give or take a few bits of loose change. 654,406 credits is loose change. Oh, if only, if only, if only. Okay, so 14,476. We'll not remember that number, but we can look back. And we need steel and we need titanium. Get all of that here. We are using the Panther Clipper Mark II with the magic cargo base. Which still befuddle me a little bit. Why they just didn't give us a class 9 cargo rack baffles the hell out of me, really. Because I'll tell you, we sure could have done with it. Maybe not for the smaller builds, but definitely for an Orbis. And especially solo. It's barely adequate, the Panther Clipper, for what we're doing. It's a great hauling ship, don't get me wrong, but for colonisation, no. A wee bit short of the mark for the big builds. Especially as a solo player. Maybe not as a group, but as a solo player, meh. So the magic cargo racks, the Mark II cargo racks, and they're the D-class ones, were the ones introduced which I believe are only suitable for the Panther Clipper, and I've got 50% extra capacity than their E-class equivalents, which is magic. How they're made, I don't know. Some kind of compression technology. Who knows? Different cargo rack construction to make more space. A tonnage is a tonnage, so. And I've got two of them, the 8D and the 7D, which really does boost the capacity of this ship. And the other ones are these pre-engineered modules, which are expanded cargo racks, which apparently you can still only get from doing a CZ a while ago. However, to keep all the other ships in the game competitive, I'm hoping that this engineer appears on the scene to do all cargo racks, because that would be good. And that's gained me 1302 tons of cargo. And that's just because I've got the quality of life of a docking computer, because I cannot be arsed landing every time I deliver stuff. So let's fill this baby up. What's going on in Elite Dangerous, you ask? I hear you asking, so I will answer. So I've obviously got Vanguard still in the title because I've not updated my title graphics. I need to do that. But basically, there's a couple of things going on. The first thing of import and interest is the introduction of the Type 11 Prospector mining ship, which by all accounts is getting some fairly positive feedback. It's a medium type miner. I don't have one yet because I don't have the apps for it. But it is something I quite want to get. Primarily for refueling a fleet carrier out in the black, which empirical testing has shown is definitely a thing we can do now. It used to take too long before with the old ships, but the new repeater weapon, mining weapon, is fucking fabulous and emptying rocks really quick, so that can be a bit of a game changer for fleet carrier users, owners, because it means that you're no limited to having to buy it, which isn't too bad in the bubble, and even isn't too bad when you colonise, because you get some of your stuff that make or sell. But it used to be a bit of an issue over in Colonia, so we a bit of luck that slight issue has been corrected. I'm led to believe you can get 250 ton of tritium in an hour's mining run, which is actually really good. So, and I think 250 tons is probably a good few jumps in a fleet carrier colonisation. Anyway, when we get a chance to test the Type 11, we will. But for now, I don't have the apps to buy it, so that will be a wee bit away. And the reason I don't have any arcs is because Frontier in their infinite wisdom had a sale, and part of that sale was a decent deal for the Communal Garden Council version of the Panther Clipper Mark II, so I got one of them on Ecstasy on my main account. If he's rocking one of these, well, he's not quite got the modules sorted yet. I'm not going to bother fixing them until I take Ecstasy back to Colonia. But I thought it was a good idea to get the Arcs version of the Panther Clipper, because then I can decommission it and then rebuild it again out in Colonia at no expense, which is fucking amazing. So yeah, so the Panther Club art and the Type 11 new ships have added to the game. Definitely added to the game. So much so that the last sets of CGs stuff has been based around them ships coming. The other thing of interest is the ongoing mystery around HIP 87, what is it? 87621, which is in Galnet. Yeah. So thankfully Frontier have taken to actually announcing this stuff in the game. I was quite miffed when they started announcing this stuff on the likes of Instagram and Facebook and all that pish, because I don't do any of that social media nonsense. So I would quite like them to continue putting this stuff on the game, because that's what people like me who are not socially media active are going to actually see it. Which I think is only fair to somebody who plays the fucking game, Frontier. Look out for the players. And there's definitely something coming here. Is it an addition to exobiology? Because we've already had a modification to the Artemis suit's tool, which has extended its scanning range. 750 meters. Why would that be a thing we need to do? That is the question we're all asking. But until such times as this October consortium crowd show us where to get the permit for HIP 87621, we're sitting with our collective fingers up our arse. This is definitely a thing though, so what it is, we don't know. Is it going to be a guide to the new feature the game's got coming? Because we're now in October. Of 2 months to the end of the year, and I can't quite remember what the roadmap was indicating, but it was definitely saying that winter time was going to be the new feature and another new ship, and winter time is closing in all too quick. I think that's kind of what's been going on in Elite. Lots of people and lots of streamers have been flying and testing and mining their little heart's contents. And given the fact there's still a CG on the go, I can understand that. It's not something I've participated in myself. I've been too busy colonising. Or not playing Elite, because I've been doing other stuff in the real world. I did empty the cargo, didn't I? So the engineering cargo racks are interesting, because there's quite a few people who were out in the black and didn't actually do that CG, so they don't have access to them. Which, long term, I don't really think is very fair. I think something like that should be available for everybody who's playing the game. So we live in the hope that an engineer's going to appear that'll let you engineer your cargo racks to increase their capacity. That would be pretty fabulous, really. I suppose another way they could do it would be a tech broker, maybe.
Zorgan Peterson, Charlie, Oscar, Sierra. Thank you for choosing our station, Commander. We hope you find everything to your liking.
We await with bated breath, but really, it really needs to be done for everybody. I'm going to go past this. Oops.
Access granted. Please head directly for Bay 10. Automated
So what am I doing? Where am I going and what am I building? That's kind of easier to show than explain, I guess. The Cosmic Drifter has been over at the final points of the Witch Head, on the route to the Witch Head Nebula, which is there. Now these systems were primarily built by Phaser Ruddock and myself, and we've kind of stopped now because we're trying to make them a wee bit more secure. So anyway, this one I'm in is Cosmics, and it's got a source of metal, and I've also got some further building to do there. And I was working on Ecstasy system, which is this next one. And oh, what was I building? I can't remember what I was building. Yeah, we're kind of working on this one now. We've put in the last of the things that we had in the carrier, and we've basically got the usual 4 culprits left at the end to finish that base off. We've kind of stopped there now, and I'll come back and do that one later on. The other thing I was working on here was this terminal, which is a refinery, and I finished that earlier on today. So that is a work in progress. It's one of Ecstasy systems, and I'm having to go back to finish it later, because I'm now collecting materials for one of Cosmic Systems, which is this one. Oh. Because he is a ground facility. Not odd back holding. I do believe I'm hoping to get metals out of it, and it needs steel and titanium, which is what I'm putting on the carrier. With a bit of luck, I'll actually get that base up and running and be able to get some more metal out of it. Because after that, we're way back to the beginning. First system that we built. Because this one we did some manipulating with. We took away a couple of things that were kind of semi-built that we weren't going to finish. We were debating taking away some of the things that we thought we'd built in error, but we stopped because we were getting what we needed at the sources. And we started building this thing, which is a big Orbis station. And as you can see, it needs a lot of stuff. We're about, what's that, 17% through it, so... But yeah, that one's going to be just drifted in over a period of months, I think. And I'm really trying to figure out the benefits of these on different planets, because ones add population. Population gives you more stuff. So. I don't think we're going to go there tonight, at least knowing Cosmic. Ecstasy's actually in about this system. He's been delivering CM&M composites, so I might take a little run on him, how I feel. And that's what we're building. We do have some work going on in Ecstasy systems as well, but the plan for him is to take him back to Colonia, and as soon as possible. That's why I'm waiting for this mystery IP 8721 story to get a move on. But fortunately, because I was back in the bubble, most of the Ecstasy, most of the pollen benefits for the new CG Ecstasy's actually got stored. So once I get the Panther Clipper I've got in him fully spec'd out, the two ships should be similar. We just hope we don't get interdicted or any of that nonsense. That's irritating.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Kind of why we're using a fleet carrier for some of this work, because it limits the distance we do need to fly, which is kind of good. Well, we're working a little bit on our Federation rank on Cosmic. Put back on the Holland bandwagon. I'll maybe do some more of that again when I feel like it. Although the Corvette was the ship I was wanting, but the older ships really don't kind of compete with the newer ones that are SCO capable. So unless Sirius Corporation get their finger out and start giving us something that can cope or better compete with the Achilles drives, then the old ships are going to be left behind, I would think. It's a shame that Frontier didn't do some of this colonisation stuff in a different way, because the Holland bit can a bit tedious after a while. It would have been nice if there had been missions available from the colonisation ship, or if there had been a colonisation fleet that would went we had to support and it built the colony. That might have been different. But the game is what it is, and it's what we've got, so get on with it really. I do feel it's a little bit of a missed opportunity though. So I'm needing about 6 visits for steel and about 5 visits for titanium, and then jump the carrier and deliver it at the other end. I'm not sure if that will be in this session. Might swap when I jump the carrier and go and do some deliveries on Ecstasy.
Landing gear deployed.
Might go for a coffee break then. But we don't really want to have any combat or any of that stuff tonight. We want to just chill out and do our deliveries. get any drama in the process. That would be good. There's something satisfying in the game that you're getting the resources you need from something you built. Kind of one of the fun bits of colonisation, I suppose. This current ongoing community goal is probably the first one I've not done for a little while. And it's not because I couldn't do it, I could have done it in any of the other mining ships, I just didn't want to.
Frameshift drive charging. 4,
I do wonder though if they're going to be
1, engage.
basing CVs on content that they're releasing. And we don't seem to be hearing a whole hell of a lot from them with the disappearance of Frontier Unlocked. It's been kind of quiet out there. Quiet. Too quiet.
Landing gear deployed.
Ship is on the ground. Ground crew dispatched. You are most welcome, Commander.
Deal.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Disengage from landing pad. Exit the station quickly and safely.
Oh, we're caught and we're stuck. Sometimes you get stuck because the NPC ships don't leave. That's kind of irritating. Don't know if it's just the the logic gets itself in a race condition and doesn't know what to do or something. So. I think we need to build a Panther Clipper that can defend itself, Andy. Something with a bit of teeth. I've got weapons in this, but I really object to taking cargo capacity away to put shields on a fucking ship that's made for hauling. I can't quite understand how a ship's shields are a fucking optional extra anyway. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Let's be honest.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, that could be something to do with the ships, couldn't it? They could.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Take the shields away from the optional extra slots and put it into the core systems.
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other jets in your vicinity.
I suppose that argument could also be, what's the point of having a hauler with cargo? Cargo space? That should be a core system for a hauler as well, shouldn't it? Surely.
Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated path, Commander.
Maybe I've not thought this through.
Accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Access authorized. Please head directly for Bay 39er. Automated docking initiated.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, so I said I was going to look at the CG and I forgot, so I'll do it when I'm here.
Ship is on the ground. Perform landing checklist.
Quite a few community goals since Frontier Unlocked disappeared. But they've been most to drive the new ships and stuff that's appeared in the game, so I don't think any is surprised with any of the developments. But this one has got, what? 17 hours left. And the top 25 are getting a nice little 245 million bucks plus whatever they make for selling the ore, so it'll be a nice wee pickup, that I would think. 18,187 contributors. Contributors or contributors? Huh. So that's pretty decent. And I'd imagine most of them are using the Type 11. I don't think the rewards really interested me, and I don't remember why. For each tier achieved as part of this initiative, the increased mining fragment yield squadron perk will be permanently increased by a factor of 1% to a maximum of 20. Well, that's kind of cool. They're increasing perks for squadrons. Pilots who register at least 1 ton of delivery will also receive the following rewards: paint jobs, decals, and the credits we know. And it begins then and it finishes in, well, I say 17 hours, under a day to go. So do I sneak in at the 11th hour and get a delivery in there? Should I do that, do you think, Andy? Should I? Maybe. What a mining ship, I think, on there. I don't know if I've ripped it apart because I was building Panther Clippers right enough, but... Where's that? Lake on Spaceways Mining Trials. Malmsberg Vision. Where the hell is that? Let's have a look. Is that anywhere close to where I'm going? Andir. Oh wow. Okay. There it is there. Bubble. I'm doing there. We'll see how far away that is for when I get out here and start looking at stuff. Right, okay. Getting distracted. Let me try and do something in the 11th hour, I don't know. I'm not really bothered about paint jobs and shit like that though, if I'm honest. Fire. Steel, maybe. You need steel. I suppose the other interesting thing that's been happening in Elite Dangerous as well
Judgment complete. You
is
are
the
now
messing
free to
about with the background sim they've been doing. Because apparently all the new colonies and the expansion of the bubble that the Trailblazers introduced gave the background sim a bit of a heart attack. Couldn't cope, so Frontier never really said a great deal about it, but I'm guessing that the serious background sim power play guys noticed it and mentioned it to them, so it looks as if they've maybe done something to fix it, although we don't know. So it might be kind of fun to try and introduce a war into some of our systems just for shits and giggles and actually see what happens. I'm not exactly sure how to go about that though. I don't even know if that's practical to be done on my own. It should be fun trying though. I've always wanted to have systems in Anarchy and that I've built so I can go farm materials anyway, so. I was given some links to some good documentation to Phaser. I think it's Commander Perfect's about background simmy stuff. If I can find it, I'll put a link on the stream, because it's worth reading. I think the comment the guy makes at the beginning about don't work harder, work smarter is probably relevant to all forms of things in real life.
be careful out there, Commander.
The one thing the human race needs to do, they know, is be fucking smarter. So I'm not doing that at the moment.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Welcome, Commander. Follow standard flight protocols around this carrier. Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated path, Commander. Request accepted.
So since they introduced the facility to remove ongoing or completed constructions, I've been going round my systems and just trying to tidy everything up. I'm not exactly sure how much more colonisation I'm going to do, if I'm honest. Finding the game look a bit tedious now. I've got an Orbis build on the go. It may be the only one I build because it's just madness for a solo player. You're better off doing the multiple systems and constructions and building a Coriolis. Really saves you a lot of materials. So the different grading between the different facilities, I think needs balance. The type 1, 2 and 3 don't add up, so but I guess it's quite a difficult metric to actually put in place because you've got huge squadrons of people who are building things. Like I said earlier the day, a bunch of guys built an Orbis in under an hour, so it's an impossible task to balance the game between a single player and a group. And if we're honest, the single player's always going to lose out at the end of the day, but they make it any right enough. But right, let's go. Are we going to have enough steel? Are we going to have enough steel for the next delivery? Probably not, because the numbers never match up. Nearly 7,000 we need.
Landing gear retracted.
Disengaged. The launch underway.
And the other, I mean, the other thing with colonisation as well, the only rush is put on somebody themselves. You know, that they need to finish it in a couple of days. That's purely 4 weeks is a long time to build any base. And I don't quite fancy trying to build a Orbis in a time frame, even 4 weeks, because there's so much stuff needed. I like, as much as I like playing Elite Dangerous, I don't want to be doing it every waking minute of the day just to finish a fucking base. And sometimes the big builds, they kind of feel like that. But so far, I don't really feel that colonisation's bumped me out as it's bumped other people out. There's been a lot of people said, fuck this for a game of soldiers, went and did something else. Which I kind of get, you know, it's... The game look of Holland has definitely got a finite grasp. And they really want to be doing it a different way, or having some interesting variations to the colonisation arc. I'm going to the wrong side. And the station's rolling towards you, go right.
Speed restrictions are in effect at this facility. Please comply. Access authorized. Cleared for landing on pad 3-2. Automated docking initiated.
Landing gear deployed.
Ship is on the ground. Perform landing checklist. Greetings, Commander.
Right. Probably going to be about 500 short waited. Heal.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Only one thing better than a cup of coffee. That's 2 cups of coffee.
You are clear of station restrictions. Have a safe journey.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
As good as the combination of Panther Clipper Mark II and Fleet Carrier is, there is a finite limit to what you can carry. And unfortunately the quantities in the Fleet Carrier are such that you can't do a whole Coriolis in one run on your own. In fact, I think probably 2 runs is just a bit too much as well. It depends how many services you've got in your carrier, right enough. I used to stock mine up kind of willy-nilly and just fill up with whatever I found, and you really can't do that colorizing. You need to leave space for metals and a bit of space for fuel. That's why the Type 11's impact on mine and tritium is going to be pretty important. Not just for colonisation, but for exploring in general out in the black. Be a lot of... But imagine there'll be a lot of commanders who's maybe been exploring out in the black want to come back for that mining ship for the fleet carrier. I think some of them would come back for that before they'd come back for the mod, the extra capacity module. Which is kind of weird. Okay, so let's see where we're at. 409 short. Wow. 409. We need 6919. We need. We'll get that 409 and we'll start getting tritium. I'm hoping we've got enough for it. 18.6 now. We might just be slightly under tritium, but I can always get tritium where I'm going, so it's not as if it's a disaster if I've not got all of it. It just would be better if we could get it on the one. Don't find that happening a lot. 409 we need. Nope. Then we're on to tritium. Titanium, sorry, not tritium. I'm looking at chat. The bloody stuff.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Access authorized. Oh yeah.
Automated docking initiated.
So many coffee left. Damn it, that's unfortunate.
Landing gear deployed.
Confirmed contact. Perform landing checklist. Greetings, Commander.
Right, let's see if my maths is any good. Deal. 409. Titanium, the rest.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I can't remember if the game had been patched for the changes to colonization, commodities and economies before or after the last time I streamed. On the assumption that it's after, what Frontier did was they made it kind of impossible for two economies in the same system to starve each other of resources happening before. And I think that's had the net effect of making system building a whole lot easier. Very difficult now to push an economy. And there's a few things I want to try when I've got my feet clear of what I'm doing here. And one of the things is it's the provision of metals and CMMs and IMs, the stuff that's important for
You are go for departure.
space building. Know that any commodity is more important than the other, it's just some of them require much more resources. So steel and titanium and aluminium and CMM composites, insulating membranes, they take up the vast majority of the build requirements of most bases. So that the sooner you can build them and provide them at source, the better all round. And really the only way you could do that was rocky worlds in a colony economy, especially for large pickup in space. Large bases in space with large landing pads are either going to be a colony economy from a Coriolis, an Orbis, or an Ocelus, or they're going to be an extraction economy for a mining the asteroid base. And on the ground you've got a few more options. Build level 1 bases with large landing pads and stuff. Although they can't be the first thing to build, obviously. One ship. So I'm wondering if there's other ways to get them importing the ores quickly with the changes made. I'm not a great deal of time to test that. And I have found some of my systems that had actually starved themselves of things like insulating membranes or that are actually making them now, so, and that was even after making mistakes.
Frameshift drive charging.
Clear of the station. Have a safe journey.
And a lot of the guides written for colonisation are based on best case scenarios, and very rarely you're going to get the best case scenarios all the time. You're going to be left trying to build an economy and what you've got. Especially if you're doing it every 15 light years, which is, I really do hope that disappears soon. Because that's stopping us getting to where we want to go.
Welcome, Commander. Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check.
There was some information released by Frontier over the amount of colonisation done and the amount of stuff built. Which is impressive, because there's been a lot of spaceports and installations, ground ports and various bits and bobs for the colonisation logic and systems now. But we're still not even at 0.07% space explored in the galaxy. So why are they sticking with this limited range plane stuff? It doesn't make any sense. We're never going to populate the whole of the damn galaxy. Do you not think we've done enough to push the bubble out? Because I do. Let's get rid of this 15 light years. Give us a decent jump range so we can colonise further out in the black for fun. That would be a different challenge. Then your supply lines are going to be your issue. That would be a time to put in a new game loop for it as well. Actually some missions to help in the colonising and stuff like that. Okay, so now we're on to titanium and we need 5,000 and something of that. 5,600 and 70. In refinery, fine as well.
Landing gear retracted.
Shift released. Shift departure confirmed.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Sorgan Peterson Oscar Sierra, good to see you, Commander. Please enjoy your stay at this facility. Permission authorized. Please head directly for Bay 3-2.
Must buy titanium and not
Approved for
tritium.
automated docking.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Engaging docking restraints. Greetings, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Detachment complete. You are go for departure.
We're only 5 million meters away from the carrier, which is pretty good. That's why it's quite fast topping it up.
Frameshift drive charging.
Takes a little bit longer on the ground when you're delivering and picking up. So
1. Engage.
Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check. Docking
this full eligibility test.
You are welcome to approach, Commander. Request accepted.
wonder what that NPC is delivering, because there's no, not getting in my cargo. What you doing?
Docking confirmed. Ship is secure. Your ship has docked, Commander.
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps released. Launch underway.
Frameshift drive charging.
Goodbye, Commander. We hope.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Sorgan, Peterson, Charlie, Oscar, Sierra. We are happy to have you, Commander. Please note that all station services are at your disposal. Permission authorized. Cleared for landing on pad 3-2. Automated docking initiated.
Landing gear deployed.
Confirmed contact. Perform landing checklist. Greetings, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Trying to get 5617 titanium. That's what we need for that base. Or more, because we could use it somewhere else.
Welcome, Commander. A no-fire zone is in effect around this carrier. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
You have to get more coffee. We'll get the fleet carrier topped up, and then we'll go make coffee when we're jumping it. That's the plan.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Engines shutting down. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Right, so we're probably going to need another couple of runs, I would think.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship release confirmed. Ship departure confirmed.
Oh look, is that a pirate coming to cheat? And so who knows?
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Zorgan Peterson, Charlie, Oscar, Sierra. Thank you for choosing our station, Commander. We hope you find everything to your liking. Access authorized. Clear to land at docking bay 10. You are approved for automated docking.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Perform checklist. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
Good to be here.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Landing restraints lifted. Moderate speed on exit.
Well, nobody blocking the way out, which is good. I had it happen once today. Post track.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Welcome, Commander. Thank you for visiting this carrier. Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Ship is secure. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Ooh, okay, we'll just get another load and that'll be everything we need. Another 1,000 would do. Do we need anything else? No for that base, but I mean, metal doesn't go wrong because it's always something we need, so.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship release confirmed. Ship departure confirmed.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking complete. Engaging docking restraints. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
Okay, so get the last of the metal plus a bit more. Maybe, I don't know, 300 odd too much.
Cargo hold at maximum
That's fine, you're
capacity.
better looking at it than for it, as I say. Get the carrier jumped to where we need to take it, and then we'll make a cup of coffee in the intervening jump period.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing restraints lifted. Moderate speed on exit.
Yep, got the hole.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Welcome, Commander. A no-fire zone is in effect around this carrier. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
Right, okay, so we know we've enough stuff, so let's get the carrier where we need it to go. And this is one of Cosmic Systems, I believe, a bit further back. There's
Landing gear deployed.
one. Haven't built a great deal here. Yeah, this is it. So can I get back here? I thought about that.
Docking complete.
Yeah, we can.
Ship has docked. Your ship has docked, Commander.
Okay, so we've got a 15-minute jump over, which is nice. Go and sit on the seat in the bridge so we can watch the jump through the window, which is always fun.
No Grand
Right, we're going to go and get a coffee because we really need to get some. And we'll be back shortly. Here we have our coffee. And we have 5 minutes to the jump. Which we're just going to wait out now, which is good. We'll get this stuff delivered, and that'll be another ground port completed. And I think that'll probably leave that. It's got coordinates. Kind of neat, isn't it? 0 gravity. Okay. Let's get out of that. Have a looking at that after. Hey, Jill Freezy. Hello there. Nice to see you again. Yeah, streaming now and again. I've kind of took a little break just to charge the batteries and stuff. I hope you're feeling well, buddy. It's nice to see you. I'm good, just the usual trials and tribulations of real life, as you're all too aware of. I just needed a wee time away from talking to myself on the computer. And kind of got a lot going on in the real world, so. But I was looking through some YouTube stuff yesterday, and I got a reply to one of my ground base streams. Somebody was watching it who's trying to finish the engineer. Is it Terra Velasquez? I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce that surname, so apologise. I've made a mess of it. So that video, I done that a couple of years back, I think now. I need to check when, to be honest, but it's nice to see that some of that stuff is still useful to people now, even, you know, this far into the game's life cycle. Oh, a nice new Windows 11 PC. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to go down that road myself. Unfortunately, the motherboard I've got it can't do Windows 11. Something to do with instruction sets or something like that. So Andy was explaining it to me. I think it's there's something no right about companies forcing your hand to buy new hardware when it's still working perfectly fine. But everything, I guess, runs out, and I've had this PC in various formats for a while now, so everything's just too expensive at the minute. It's ridiculous, the price of stuff. Somebody was saying to me that it was £1,700 or $1,700 for a mobile phone. I just can't get my head round that, really. Paying $1,700 for a phone that isn't I mean, it's like buying a computer, I get it, but holy shit. People need to get back in their frame of mind when they go out. And stop being plugged into the web everywhere. That's where we need to have a no technology day. That would be good. The world would come to a grinding halt, probably. That might not be a bad thing. Here we go. This never gets old, really, does it? Oh, nice 16 gig of video RAM's good. That'll no be draining your virtual RAM and stuff. That's nice. I think Elite's kind of, I'll use what's there. I think it's close to 12 maybe. Oh. Went dark and quiet. That was scary. You now leave your seat. Okay, let's go. There's the front. There's the front. Oh wow. Lost. So big. I'll be resetting the keys up and stuff. Once you get the keys feeling the same, you'll be fine. That'll be the thing. All of that stuff will take a wee bit of time to set up and install and whatnot, so. Right, quick recap. We have got on board our cargo titanium. Titanium, I don't know what that is. And we've also got some steel in there, and we're going to be delivering this stuff to this ground base. Yeah. So we're 28.7 million metres away from the base. There's a fair chance it's on the wrong side of the planet. It is what it is. This is part of the ever-expanding cosmic system empire. Whoa.
Ship departure confirmed.
Are we above it? Oh, we're right above it. Look at that. Couldn't ask for any better, could you? take some liberties with proper science, because this is not how you would get out of orbit to reach the surface. Maybe it was if we were going that fast enough, I don't know.
Orbital flight engaged.
You going to use your existing graphics card, or have you got a new graphics card coming as well?
Docking request granted. Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Oh, new card and a new solid state drive, nice. Are you getting any M2s or anything like that? They're pretty good, they're fast. SATAs are nice though. Might put your operating system on a SATA drive. Okay, we are delivering this stuff. Done. I never noticed what the profit was there. See what we've got. We mentioned how much cash we had before we started topping up the carrier, so I forget what it is right enough.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Yeah, and could have got just squeezed a wee bit more SCO out of there. Don't want to overshoot it by a lot. Oh, it sounds like you're. It sounds like you're definitely needing a new PC. Then that'll be good.
Docking request accepted.
I'm guessing you've kept your old one a while then, so getting a new one's not going to be as if you didn't get your money's worth out the Alien. That's always good. Technology's advancing too quick for us to keep up with, so by the time you get something that's out of date, it's probably always the way it's been, but oh my god, things seem to advance even faster now that we've got AI helping, I guess. I'm not exactly sure this AI shit's a good idea though.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking accomplished. Engines shutting down. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
We'll probably get about 300 too much titanium, which is fine. And the right amount of steel, so get this stuff delivered. I think the last stream I did was No Man's Sky. I seem to remember the current expedition being out, and that was kind of fun. Yeah, AI is amazing, but you limit it what it does. You don't want it to do everything. And it's unfortunately it's only as good as the information that's shoved into it. So if you fill it full of shit, you're going to get a load of shit out. But is it elite? Wire Gaming, welcome to the stream. Ah, there's a question. Is it elite?
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Is elite higher than amazing? Is that? I never seen amazing in the ranks. That yet to come. Is that beyond elite?
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps released. Move
I
clear
just
for
wish that they
landing.
would add some missions for this colonization lap. It'd be good just to do a mission and that would maybe finish a bit of the base. Or do a mission that they would build a structure instead of having to deliver 8 million ton of shit to it. That, you know, there'll be a different game loop for it. Then you could pick what you wanted to do again. I don't know how hard that would be. How difficult would that be to do? Maybe could get that to build some specific type stuff, depending on the system you've got. I don't know. I suppose Elite's all about the flying and stuff, but
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
and what's the new? Yeah, something like that would be cool. Set up a trade route or build a colony so we can examine this star or this planet or build a civilization for these people because we have to move them because their world's going to be destroyed. There must be enough sci-fi memes out there to copy and abuse. There could be different gameplay. I was disappointed when you could destroy the structures you'd built and there wasn't a big crater left. I thought that'd have been fun. There was still something in the location, but it was a pew area because it was destroyed. That'd have been brilliant. Destroyed base. Imagine the pirates that would take over destroyed bases. Dr. Evil's base of iniquity. I don't mind colonising, but it's too much of the same thing over and over, and that's going to not have a long shelf life, I don't think. But that's maybe just me. Although, like I say, I don't think I've burnt out as many as other people has. I've not had a chance to have a play with the new Artemis scanner thing yet. Artificial intelligence have tried to kill people who were tasked to wipe them out in a controlled test. I mean, is that not telling you? Is that really no the hint we need to take heed of? Why did they make it with a sense of self-preservation anyway? That's not how you're going to make robots, is it? More toys in the sandbox. Yeah, that's a good title for a stream, that. I like that.
Landing gear deployed.
We need more practical toys though. We need them to do stuff. You know, it would be like I've enjoyed building the Corvette in No Man's Sky and seeing the ship interior and walking about in the ship. But there's a purpose to it, because you can put the bank in the ship, you can put all of the stuff in a ground base in the ship. So if they're going to have ship interiors in Elite Dangerous, that's what they would need to have. They would need to have a purpose for it. I'd prefer to see them taking some of the ground combat stuff into space stations that have been attacked. And you have to run through zero-G corridors fighting. That would be excellent fun. Running up corridors and up walls, and it would be very different. It would be hard to script, I guess, but it would be different. And EVA, I'd love to see EVA. I took great delight with the sky. Was it star diving achievement in No Man's Sky's last expedition? That was brilliant. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm selling. But you're right, we do need more toys in the sandbox. Let's hope. Veritasium channel. I need to watch that. I don't know what that is. Have a look. And I'll take your word for it. Back to the carrier. I mean, am I wrong, guys? Do you not think that yourself? It'd be better. I'm all for colonisation, but why do we need to do it the one way? Let's have different ways to do it. That would be cool. How hard can it be?
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. Too late. Damn it. I think there could still be options put in for doing it multiple ways though. I don't think just because we've got this constant calling option, they don't actually need to do away with it. If that's what people want to do, then fine. But it would be nice just to have an alternative even now and again. I mean, even having a mission where you're in a ship that's no delivering, but you've got to protect a bunch of haulers that's delivering stuff, and how many of them get through is how much progress you make. That would be annoyingly fun, no doubt. As long as something happened at the end, you know, as long as when you finished the mission, even if you were shite and you let half of the ships blow up, the other half did their job, so it's no wasting your night and you don't deliver stuff. It's more fun fighting in a fighting ship than it is in a hauling ship, so let somebody else do the hauling if that's an NPC and protect it. That'd be kind of good. Or become the gunner. Become the gunner in the Millennium Falcon. Don't get cocky, kid. Let the NPC fly the damn thing and you shoot all the shit out the air. That'd be different. Frontier don't listen to me anyway. I'm just a player. What do I know? It would be like trying to establish a colony in deep space. You wouldn't just go away nothing. You try and take most stuff you need with you. So the fun in that would be protecting it, and the fun in that would be overcoming the problems that the environment gives you that you don't actually foresee. That would be interesting. Still got a base built at the end of the day, but the level of detail or the level of efficiency of that base would be dependent on how well you protected stuff. Or not just hauling things ad infinitum. And I know this is a space trading game and it might seem a bit stupid, that statement, but it's also got all these other bells and whistles. I don't get why they don't do it. Chasing out the pirates so that it can be inhabited. Yeah, get rid of the fucking interlopers. All of that logic is in the game. You know what I mean? All of that kind of ground-based stuff is there already. Just another mission they need to put in. Protect the power transformer for the aggressive. It's already protect missions are already there, but make them different levels. You know, the harder ones offer more reward, but they're harder to do. So. Oh God. Spider was watching you brush your teeth. Doesn't look good. Don't let the radioactive ones bite you, it's never works out well.
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps disengaged. Ship departure confirmed.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
We're going too quick. Going too quick, Team Wasabi.
Orbital flight engaged.
Into and rebuild him. I always think better with coffee. Oh, listen, you're preaching to the converted wire, but the 15 light year limit is something I hope they really do away with. It's stopping us getting to where we want to go. Ooh, ooh. So there's the question, where do you want to go?
Docking request granted.
And if they do away with that 15 light year limit, what would you think a appropriate limit would be? Clearly you colonise, so I'm interested to know how other colonisers feel about this. I'm fed up asking people who colonise once in a blue moon because they don't have a fucking clue how hard it can be. 50 or 75 light years. Okay, yeah, that would be better, that's for sure. I've always felt personally, right, that,
Deployed.
and I mentioned this earlier on in the stream, we aren't even 0.07% through the explored galaxy, and that's with a bunch of dedicated explorers who've been exploring for the better part of 10 years. And obviously their exploration's been
Engines disengaged.
challenged and held up by new features to the games, like all of a sudden they've got exobiology to do as well and stuff like that. But 0.07% is, what, 200 million star systems somebody's been to, a person's actually got the procedural code to spit out. Oh, okay, where's your cluster of systems? Because we've got the same, we've got a cluster of systems on the way to the Witchhead Nebula, which now we're beginning to try and get high security, and then upgrade the tech level. Upgrading the tech level is the next bit of pain in the arse to do, to try and get some ground shipyards and stuff. So 76 Draconis. Wire Gaming. Okay. Let's get a... Let's get a wee bit of side tracking. 76 Drac. Oh, 76 crack. Okay. What the fuck am I thinking about? That's over here. Wire. There you go. Eh. Put a bookmark on that for Christmas. No, oh. Boom. Hey. If you move 10 light years closer to Colonia a week, it would take 40 years. This is my point. This is exactly my point with other people. People are getting concerned about us colonising the whole galaxy. What the fuck planet are they looking at? Honestly, the logistics of that just baffles me. How can you think like that? Ah, the first test system's the best. Always the best. We'll find it. Is that one of your alts or is that your main character? Because now I've got the name, will be good. All 285 sector. Oh. We're away, where are we? California. Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Well, maybe I can't see it because of the distance. Yeah, Witchhead, we're away down over there. We're over that way. Look. Okay, then that's fine. I'll have a wee peruse of the web and I'll find out where you are. That's cool. So we've got we've got where's the best way to show this? Here maybe. There's what that the systems I've claimed. Now there's more because there's other people done systems as well. But by and large it started in the bubble here and we ended up away over here somewhere on the way to Witchhead. And then we stopped because we realised we couldn't get into Witchhead and the 15 light year was killing us. And I've got a couple of systems out in California just for shits and giggles. And that was my kind of test ones to see how difficult it would be far away from the bubble. But it wasn't really a fair test because there was resources out there other people had built. So that's the kind of challenge I want and why I want them to get rid of this 15 light year range, because that logistics of that would be fun. If it was me, I'd be going even further. I'd be looking for a 400 light year range. Then you would have a challenge, because a fleet carrier can't build an Orbis on its own in one travel. Can't even build a Coriolis in one trip. So that would be fun. And your limit really would become the distance of the fleet carrier then. The only issue with that is it would kind of mean colonisation of that nature would be kind of meaning you had to have a fleet carrier or a squadron carrier. But why would you know? Why would you know have one of them for that kind of endeavour? It's not the kind of endeavour you want to try and do on the piggyback of a Panther Clipper, because it's not got enough cargo. Anyway, I'm not going to rant about the HR80 16. It's always good getting a good name system like that. Let's have a look. Yeah. Human resources 80 16. Oh, it's right beside it. That's neat. Why does it not got a name? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, so you got to get there. Okay. Nice. Well, that'll be quite fun to colonise, I would think. And it's right on the edge of two different sectors. Look, there's a call sector there in this. What's that? Red Gua. How the hell do you say that? You might have different types of planets and stuff there. Oh, there's the closest build. And here we go. There's what you're building right there. Nah, I don't think people dare a sniping now. I don't. Maybe. I don't know. Is there somebody else building here? There's one over there as well. There's me and one of you though. Maybe. I've not had much hassle with sniping. In fact, I know that it's a pain in the ass if you've got your eye in a system, but there's still quite a lot to go round, so... And the more the merrier, you know? Especially when you want to build a... especially when you're wanting to build an Orbis. So if you're going to do that, drop a note in the YouTube and let us know. That's something that you don't want to do on your own. 200,000 commodities plus for one of them bastards. So. I know that, I mean, Meccan did a really good, probably over the top guide on colonisation because it was still in limbo and changing all the time. So, and the last change to the economies kind of make it hard to break now. All these, look at all these purple dots. You know, it's nuts. So, my experience is that on your own, anything up to a Coriolis is kind of fair game. That's about maybe 70,000 commodities. That's no too bad. If you're in the groove, you can maybe finish it in a couple of days. If you're not in the groove and need a wee bit longer, it still could be done in under a week. So, but the Orbis or the Oculus, or the ground port, the big ground port, that's just a step too far for a single player. So unless you plan to do that over a long period of time, you're better shouting for help and getting some. So, and if more of us do the same, then more of them will be built. It'd be interesting to know how many Orbises and Oculuses and that have been built compared to Corioluses and Outposts. I think it would be a staggering difference. Although they numbers Frontier haven't released, even though they've released some other details about colonisation. But I think more people would do it, especially if they opened up the vendors over in Colonia. Colonia is an ideal place for colonisation, but they can't limit it to this 15 light years thing. The only reason for them doing that is because they're doing it for the background sim and for power play. They don't need to have that limit in Colonia or any of the other regions of space because there's no powers to be trying to take control of everything. So come on, FDev, open up the claim distance. That's 2 years I know asking for it now, so that's good. And that's 2 people who colonise, no of these fucking part-time colonisers that maybe do a base every 2 months and turn around and tell you the Panther Clipper's big enough, because it fucking isn't, okay? Right, let's put the soapbox away. I'm getting off my soapbox now. Get me going. Best of luck delivering the night, mate. You batter on. And thank you so much for saying hello in the stream. I appreciate that. Twitch, am I seeing Twitch? You're on Twitch, you wrote to me. Right. And open back up the player faction applications. Oh. Well, so I think you might find that that'll happen because they've actually fixed the background sim stuff. I don't think it was working right. So you might find player factions get a little bit of a TLC coming. Although I really hope that player factions isn't the new feature. That would be mega disappointing. I hope it's something gameplay wise. Hope it's landing on planets with clouds and a bit of proper life. Even dinosaurs would be kind of fun. Elite Dangerous Jurassic. Is that got a that got a hope in hell, is it? Yeah, no, but they did it because of um they reckon they were full and the bubble was too crammed in. So now that the bubble's expanded, they've got all these new systems where they don't have any superpowers in, so that'll come. The background simulation is going to rip through some of these colonies like no tomorrow once it gets figured out. It depends on what the status of equilibrium is when there's no any player input. If they bias it so that there's always a chance of somebody being taken out of power, then that could do things. That could be a real annoyance to some of the player player factions right enough, but they're definitely going to be tinkering around with the background sim code because they have to, or it's just going to sit and stagnate. So now that we've made all these new systems for them, they want to try and get the background sim doing stuff, and it's pretty. I don't think it was right before. 1,711 titanium left. Let's go get this done.
Landing gear retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged.
Up we go. The interesting thing about power player factions is, and the squadron bit, is that you take them with you. So when you colonize on a system where the squadron has got a minor faction aligned with it, that minor faction joins the fray when it comes to controlling that system or having a space. And that's the bit I don't think they've actually got right, or it's not been working as intended. So it'll be interesting to see just what you need to do to be messing about with these systems. IGN. Cosmic Drifter is it? I'll tell you what, I'll do it. Hang on. Wire, let's see. IGN, is that? I don't know what that means. Hang on a minute. Let's try this. Let's see if it finds you. hate this. I don't like this. Ah, that's no you. I need to get... I'll get the name for the system. In-game name. Ah, in-game name is Cosmic Drifter. There, up there. Want to bung a friend request in, that'd be great. I'm awful stupid sometimes, I'm sorry. It's the coffee, I blame the coffee.
Cannot comply.
Oh no, I have plenty.
Frameshift drive charged.
But I have 1700 plus the steel. Let's go, let's get this done.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
There we go. See? There you are. Please don't ask me to pronounce it though. My Glaswegian will just completely destroy it. Wire, wire. Wire Nick. I don't know. Wire Nicky. Ah. Right. In-game name. See, I'll forget that. I'll remember that.
Welcome, Commander. This carrier
We're Nick. Ah. See, there is logic behind it. I'm too fucking stupid. Nice. Well, hi, Nick. You get on with your deliveries, and like I say, let us know when you've got a big thing you're wanting built, and we'll give you a hand if we can. What we need is Frontier to turn round and let us know what the big mystery is and hit 87621 so that I can get ecstasy back to Colonia. That's what we need. And then we're waiting for them to get rid of this limit out in Colonia, because it might be fun expanding for there. Or Sagittarius or somewhere like that, that'd be cool. And I've yet to find a black hole that I could put a starbase through, and I would love to try that. A dragon's nest. Oh. So we're nicking it to steal it. So it's a dragon's nest you're stealing. Stolen from the dragon's nest. Yeah, okay. Worm is a wow kind of term. That sounds familiar. Yeah. And that's your interest in 76 Draconis. Uh-oh, we got a dungeon and dragoner here. We'll be surrounded by magic spells and stuff shortly. That's cool. I like the backstory, dude. It's interesting. What would you want to steal out of a dragon's nest? Other than eggs? What else could be worth stealing? $1,700 and something. A lot of people did that, mate. A lot of people did that, but before it was cool to do it. Before the Big Bang Theory, there was many a folk who did that. Some of them progressed to other forms of digital dungeon mastery, like World of Warcraft for one. That was what I did. So. Dragons often nest in gold. Well, they've got good taste, eh? $1,700 and something was left. So this is going to take us into a next delivery job. And then we're just dealing with the steel. I want a button on this menu that just says put everything in the ship. Just do the whole as much as you can. We need an as much as you can button. That would be good. And I know you can sell it via the thing, but I don't want to be bothered with running about the menus as well.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Planetary construction.
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps disengaged. Ship departure confirmed.
Traveller. Was that Jill Freezy? Remind me. Knowing my memory is still, what is it? DMMR 3s. Everybody else is on 5s now. I'm playing catch up here. Oh aye, and the data bus isn't as wide, so it takes a wee bit longer to shove the things in there. It's really good. I've managed to get in orbit right above that place, and it's no moved.
2, 1, engage.
I want to find a planet that's got a really quick orbital rotational period, and then get above it and see if you can see it moving in the ground. That would be cool. That. Why can we not put our fleet carriers in geostationary orbit and all this kind of stuff anyway? That would be good. Is that what you call it? Geostationary orbit? That sounds about right.
Orbital flight engaged.
Dungeons and Dragons in space. Oh. Okay. I suppose there was all sorts of different variations of that theme though. I know that there's a pub in the town centre that do Dungeons and Dragons. That was a bit weird when we went in there. That wasn't expected. Fair play to them though. Getting out, having a drink, playing the game they like.
Docking request granted.
It says on the planetary construction site that it's Brewer Corporation. I'm pretty sure that changes when the base is established. All these guys flying about above me are probably the Polish, but I don't know.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
$409 left. Nice. 409. Then we're on to
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
it does change after that. I don't know how they decide. So the first base built is obviously the system who built the thing, the colonisation people. I get that, but I don't know how they allocate the other ones if it's RNG or because you definitely need different factions and controller stuff. Or else you can't get rid of your fines and bounties, and it's annoying.
Frameshift drive charging.
Background sim manipulation. How would you stream that? That's just not something that's going to happen instantly, is it? That's relying on daily ticks and all the other usual magumba. Background secrets, that would be overt. Bits of the background simulator. Eh. $409, that's the number we need. We're going to press the button. Oh, am I going to press the go button? Yeah. Not too much, not too much, not too much, not too much. Stop, 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 stop. Come on, come on, come on. Ah. Touch like an elephant. Even worse, I guess.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Commander. Thank you for visiting this carrier.
I think that that percentage chance should be based on what this. If you build a pirate base, I think that should be the anarchy mob that get it right away. Build, you know, anything else, and they should be the last ones to be getting it. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a rabbit hole, the BGS. Which is why it was probably no been working as intended, but not exactly an easy thing they're trying to do, let's be honest. Wonder if we're still in beta. Are we still in beta? Are we out of beta yet? Does anybody know? Has this whole year been a beta? But it's just as well they said they weren't going to reset everything. Imagine that. Like, we're going to reset everything to a year ago. There'd be an outcry, wouldn't there? Holy shit. I don't mean to be sounding hypercritical of the game, right? I don't want to come across that way. I'm really just looking at ways to improve it, because it certainly could be improved to be more fun for everybody. So that all the different windows the game opens is open to everybody. So people who are interested in combat but have got no inclination to colonise might actually get in the colonising bandwagon if there was a bit of fighting that they had to defend against. Maybe that maybe everybody would do that more than the other stuff, but you'll always get haulers and you'll always get combat guys. No, everybody likes the same thing, so that's why it's a difficult challenge. You can't please all of the people all of the time. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Maybe it's impossible, I don't know. But there's already missions in the game, so why can they no add missions where the reward is not a commodity or such? It's a, right, we'll give you this to that colony, will get this done. Aren't all new games in the DLCs released in beta? I don't think so. I genuinely think when something's bought as a DLC, it's a finished product. You're not buying a beta. I know that Elite Dangerous specifically mentioned the game was going into beta for testing. That was probably so they could mess about with the servers more often than not. But no, we don't buy betas. Betas should be given away free to test. Betas are for people to test. I'm not even going to comment on people playing alphas. That's just mental, that is. 409 titanium. And the rest... This is the first time I've streamed actually doing some colonisation work. I always felt it was maybe a bit dry. And no as thrilling to watch as maybe fighting Thargoids or that kind of content. But the one good thing about it is it lets you chat about the game, and it's a total chill out for me colonising now. I don't get too stressed about it and get there in the end. No, the DLC was Odyssey. I know that. All the stuff that's come since Odyssey has been free, right? So that's good because there's no any purchase for it, but it's still downloadable content. You still have to download and upgrade the game. And to be honest with you, well, there's not been a game for a huge number of years that's not had some form of patching, even before the internet became fast enough to do it on its own. Patches used to come on discs, or they used to come on bulletin board systems, or you used to send away a letter to the company and they'd send it through. So, I mean, that goes way back to even the 8-bit games when maybe something was packaged wrong and they would patch it. And some of the mistakes didn't come to light for ages because it took people so long to get through the game content. The difference between Elite now though, since last year and Elite prior to that was, you'd buy a DLC and that would run a while. They would patch it and add the different stages of the DLC, and then you buy another DLC. Now we've got a whole new business model where we've got these arcs and we can get purchases for the game to get new ships and stuff. So I have not got a problem with the delivery of the game as it is. The longer the better, because it's content you need to download, and they're making their money through the ARC stuff, which needs to happen, else we'll not have a game to play. As long as they don't milk it, as long as they don't say we're going to charge stupid amounts for this, that. I don't agree with the galactic version of the ships, right? 60,000 arcs to buy a ship is bordering on the ridiculous for me. I thought the Stellar and the, what I like to call the Council version, were actually a fair deal, You paid a wee bit more arcs to get a better version that had all the A classes. Or you didn't, and you had to build the ship yourself, but you still got one you could use. But I still think it's good for feedback coming for the players in that process. And maybe that doesn't happen enough. I don't know. Or maybe they only listen to too small a cross section of it. Or maybe I'm just over keen about the Holland side of the things, and that's all I really focus on. I don't think so though. I like to play all this stuff at least. Yeah. I agree 100%. Arcs, the arcs bit's important because it's funding the game. It's funding Frontier, which in turn is funding the game. As long as some of that arcs that we put in comes back to this game, then that's great. That's what it's for. I don't. I don't want it to become the be all and end all, Well, the T11's case in point. The T11 came out and it was a bit meh because of various different reasons. One of them being the photosensitivity, and one of them being it just didn't stack up compared to some of the existing ships. So they tinkered with it and fixed it, and that's why when it's been released, it's been good, and that's been the benefit of feedback, Because these new ships have to, they don't want them to fail. They don't make them to fail. They don't make them to be bad. But as an enshittification of the game, because it's slowly and surely going to be taking away the older ships. So that's why this cargo expansion engineering is kind of important, because if you can engineer the cargo expansions on all the ships, including the old ones, you might give them extra longevity. I don't know. I just don't see the point of exploring in anything other than a Mandalay now. And I loved exploring on the Aspects and on the Diamondback Explorer, but I wouldn't dream of doing Distant Worlds 3 next year with my main exploration ship being a Mandalay. Yeah, well, that's good. The more money they get, the better overall. But the difference in finances and the player interaction with Elite is staggering. Say 2 years ago, it was on a really bad downward trend after Odyssey got released, and that's because it got released so poorly. It wasn't released properly. It wasn't optimized. All the bugs hadn't been written out. They just put it in a box and sent it out and hope for the best. So the release could have been better for Odyssey, because the content in Odyssey is actually quite fun. There's people who've been dissing Odyssey for a long time who've never actually done any of the content. And I get that, you know, when the on foot stuff started, I get people's skepticism about it. It's not going to be Half-Life is one thing I agreed with, but I've played it and it's kind of fun and a wee bit different. You have to play it if you want to do the engineering on the foot. You have to go and rob all the shite out the bases. You have to find anarchy systems. You have to put up with notoriety as much a pain in the arse. So that was, I get sent to jail something like 9,000 light years away. That was fucking annoying. Odyssey was a bad beta release, absolutely. But it wasn't finished, that's my point. It wasn't even in a state of beta. Wasn't finished. They hadn't even optimized the rendering pipeline. What is that? For a game, that's astoundingly bad. That's no programmers that's done that. That's people wanting to get out on a set date. Look, if you look at No Man's Sky, it had exactly the same kind of release. It was really bad, but they've turned that game around 100% now. It's probably one of the most fun games to play out there. Stop talking, deliver.
Gear retracted.
Clamp, disengage. Move clear of the landing pad.
I think you're entitled to criticise something if it's constructive. That's my point. I don't think there's anything wrong with constructive criticism. And Elite needs people to do that more. And the T11's case in point. The T11 would have been a much worse ship if it hadn't had that feedback to the people who were going to use it. So they listened to the miners when it came to the T11. I'm not too sure they listened to the colonizers when it came to the Panther Clipper. Although it is a good fallen ship, I don't think anybody could deny that. But for colonization, it's not quite there. It's something missing.
You have departed the no-fire zone. Farewell, Commander.
You're Elite and mercenary grats. Oh, do you know, I can remember getting that Elite mercenary rank up in Ecstasy. I don't know how far away I'm in Cosmic. Gunslinger in Cosmic. I'm nearly a deadly combat rank. I can't believe I'm going to do all these twice. That's sad, isn't it?
Frameshift drive charging.
I had to stop myself getting another copy of Elite when they put it on sale there. Put it on sale for about £2 and I had to stop myself. I'm not going to get another one. Oh. So I played a lot of the games by that writer back in the day, and that model of gaming is not what gamers want. That's an affront to, absolute total affront to shareware, that is. But I don't play Star Citizen, so I don't think it's fair for me to comment on the game, because the people who do like it and, you know, think once it's finished it could be good, but the way that they're getting to that, I just don't agree with it. Morally, no. But that's just the difference with people who've got money and the people who don't, you know what I mean? Ultimately, any game that's a space game I want to be good, because that's kind of the genre I like. But I'll still reserve the right to buy what I want to buy and no buy what I don't. And I've been gifted some games with pals and stuff, and I mean X4's one I really want to try and get into, but it's just such a list of controls and I started Elite right for day one, so I've got used to the stuff as it's come over, but trying to start a game on about its 5th expansion was pretty difficult. Maybe I just need to go back and start the first one and do it that way, I don't know. I miss the days when you had a left button, a right button and a fire button. And too many was controls when they added a shield as well. Shield button as well.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, but I think that they're actually putting some time into proper a proper path to the start of the game to being able to do it on your own. There seems to have been a little bit of activity in that one. I don't plan on resetting a commander and starting again. In fact, I can't believe that's even an option. That's madness. Just give us another commander. But the thought of pressing that button and starting again, oh, no thanks.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I don't understand the logic of that from an Elite point of view. Elite always wanted you to get on board, feel the commander was personal, and it's not a story where you've got 3 lives and start again. So why on earth would you turn around and commit Harry carrying the guy and start again? And I get why some people have done it to maybe show how the game's changed over the years for the original release, then Horizons, then Odyssey, but as soon as they started entering things in the game like engineering and stuff that there was, when you did it, it was going to be there forever. They made that button superfluous for a lot of us. In fact, I often wonder if it would have been better if you didn't have a commander, but you just had ships and each ship was its own entity. Then you could have had many of them as you want, played what you wanted to play. I suppose that's hindsight, innit? Hey, we don't have any titanium left. We've got rid of that and we're 6,026 steel. And we're at 83%. So we're looking at, we're over 3 hours now, which is normally my time limit, but we're going to finish this base and then we're going to call it right. Got this far, so I'd feel I would be cheating if I didn't show you the base get
Ship
finished.
raised. Engines engaged.
And it's a kind of reasonable time for building something in a night, although a lot of the work on this base was done days before. If I could put it into context to people who don't colonise much, outposts, that's the space ones and the ground ones, they can usually vary between, I don't know, 20 to 30,000 commodities to build. Hubs and they kind of things, depending on how big they are, can vary between 6k and maybe 12. Installations in space and stuff like that, they're the same, maybe a wee bit more. I've seen 10k being a normal figure for them. Coriolis, asteroid base, maybe the level 2 bases, they're anywhere between what, 40k and 60k depending where it is. And then you've got the monsters, the Orbises and the spaceports, ground ports, and they're over 200,000 commodities. So I was going to say you couldn't build that in a day, but there's a bunch of guys did it earlier in the day and they did it in under an hour. So I don't think there's anything wrong challenging anything. I think it's just going to be done constructively. We're not going to get anything done if it's not constructive. We're just going to piss through rock. That's not the aim of the game. We all want the game to be fun. The T11 I'm probably going to wait to buy when it comes out for money, for game money. Although, for what I'm hearing, and what I've seen some of the other streamers do, it does look like it's been a good addition to the mining fleet. So, but there's a high chance that it's completely destroyed any other ship's capabilities as a laser miner. So why would you keep them? $200 trips. So 200,000. 200,000 plus. I can't remember the current Orbis build I've got, what it was. I need to look at the figures, but yeah, it's a lot of trips. It's no the so they're doing it, it's not a problem. If you do it in wee stages, it's not a problem. It's just the sheer repetitive nature of it. You kind of, And if you do it solo and you go back to it and it's exactly where it was the day before you left it, that's kind of demotivating a little bit. I wouldn't expect any of the new ships, even any of the pre-built things, not to blow the old stuff out of the water. It's what can they do to bring some of these ships back to being viable again? That would be interesting, you know, bringing some of the older ships, being able to use them like the new ones. I've been waiting for the trade war between Sirius Corporation and Achilles, whatever the hell they're called, for ages.
Landing gear deployed.
Get that ship shuggling to land, it's really funny. First step, optimise all ships for score drive. Yeah, they could do that, or they could make the Sirius drive be a competitor. Put it back in the old ships again. Second step is cargo engineering. Cargo engineering. Hmm. Yeah, quite a lot of good help in Elite. Quite a lot of good community. Other than the gankers, obviously. They're an entity unto themselves in every game, aren't they, really? It still amazes me people ask, are you streaming open? No, no, Deathwish. Don't want to be held up every 2 minutes getting ganked. Oh, RNG never worked in my favour. I hated it.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
There is a place for it though, yeah. I wonder who the cargo engineer would be. I wonder if it's a new guy.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Move clear of the landing pad.
Move clear. I'm moving clear of the landing pad. Facing the wrong way now. Oh. RNG cargo engineering. It's kind of fair enough what they've done. Look at what? The Mark IIs have got 50% more, and the engineered ones, it's the level 5, have got 35% more. If you do that with every cargo rack, then that would be okay. That'd bring a Panther Clipper to about 1600 ton probably, which that's fair enough. Extra engineering tiers. Oh, that would be that would just be mere engineering grind. Yeah, maybe we'll not open the permit for this HIP 8761, and that's where the engineer will be. In there, hiding. Getting his workshop set up.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I think there's still some folk that argue them bringing engineers into the game was a bad thing. I don't think it was, but there has to be a limit to what they do. least until we start getting the new GABBIN technology that blows all the current stuff out of the water. I still think it would be really cool if the next ship we can fly was some kind of hybrid Fargoid ship.
Orbital flight engaged. Docking request granted.
You look at the Galnet article, there is water on that planet. Is that a new Galnet article or the one from before? There'll be water on that planet. Let's see. This one. The October consortium. I mean, come on.
Lighting gear deployed.
We acquired the rights to all the proper and legal channels over 10 years ago. Oh, 10 years ago. That was when the game started. That was convenient, wasn't it? Our researchers are conducting a legitimate study of several planetary bodies. Any infringement will be dealt with the severest possible means. If you get stuck in a toast rack, we will destroy you. Permit access is not granted lightly. So there is permit access. Nor will we tolerate attempts to undermine lawful operations. Zachary Rackham's recent survey campaign never revealed its findings. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Well, is it water? Or is it just blue stuff? Looks like an ice world to me, that. And it's a coastline. Hard to tell, though. There's definitely clouds in it. Clouds there. And there's some kind of space station in it. The October, yeah. At the time of publication, HIT 87621 remains closed to independent access. When's that opening up? Sooner the better.
Landing gear retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Oh, oh, Bottled it again. See what I mean? It would be like driving a motor with a nitrous booster up the high street, wouldn't it? It's probably dangerous. You know, that's a good thing that there, Jill Freezy, about that picture. I never even thought to look at the pictures they include in the news articles. That is a little tip, because I don't remember the original system that was seen in that area actually having a water planet or an Earth-like world. Maybe it did, I don't remember. But we can't see into that system now, I don't think. And I'm pretty sure I went and got the details for some area. So surely there'll be changes. A water world. That would be cool. Could it be that we're going to get to see fishes? New exobiology. It wouldn't be plants, it'll be fishes. Always enjoyed fishing in the most of the games I've played. Even Red Dead Redemption, even though it was hard.
Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated path, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Guard guide. Did I say guard guide? Did I? Sorry. Oops. I think it would be good getting to fly a guard guide ship. Been able to use that mad jump drive they have.
Docking complete. Ship is secure. Your ship has docked, Commander.
Any kind of world that's got the right pressure would be good. We need worlds with more atmospheric pressure and stuff. I think clouds would be good. Water worlds would be cool, but I'm a wee bit biased because I thought the addition of the underwater stuff in No Man's Sky has been fucking amazing. Terrifying seeing all the big sea creatures floating about. Yo. Ah, shit, that guide. Ah, you want a guard guide? Very cool, yeah. A Guardian guide one. Oh, I'm with you now. The pennies dropped on thick head. A guard guide one. That would be cool indeed. I wonder what that would look like. A hybrid Guardian Thargoid ship. Now there's a thought. Whoops. I usually get loads of W's and S's and 8s and stuff as I'm pressing the ring buttons on the wrong screen. Guardian Guide hybrid ship. That would be cool indeed. It's quite amazing to me that there's nothing been leaked. We don't even have a sniff of what the new feature is at all. I don't think anybody's making guesses either.
Landing gear retracted.
And they're running out of time to tell us, 'cause it's
Move clear of the landing pad.
living mechano ships. Yeah, they could repair their own hull, that would be good. Hull repairs while you wait. Wouldn't they get killed until all the hearts were took out?
You have departed the no-fire
Frameshift
zone.
drive
Good luck,
charging.
Commander.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I would like to see articulated cargo systems. That would be good. That would be real space trucking.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh, bugger. Never done it right, did I? Why did I drop there? What did I do wrong there? What the fuck? Did I hit something? Why did that drop out? That was weird. That was very weird.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I'm nowhere near the dropout point. What the hell? Lower. Base train, huh? I think if you were going to design a cargo ship that had articulated stuff, it would be there would be pilotable things. You know, they would all fly in a wee wing formation, and they would all land independently and stuff. But it's kind of a variation in the theme of just being in a wing and defending cargo callers. You know, it's the same idea.
Docking request granted.
I'm pretty sure if the collective heads at Frontier Development put their noggins together and battered them a few times, they could come up with some additional game loops to enhance stuff instead of not being good for the game. I think it'd be great for the game. They could even make some decent tutorials for the whole colonisation bit. I don't know, maybe it's just simply the fact that there's no what's the purpose of colonisation? What are we doing it for? At the moment it feels just to expand the bubble, but is that the long aim?
Docking successful. Engines
Missions would
disengaged.
be the answer to that, I think. ET wants to phone home. Away and put a new system here and put a telephone exchange so we can dial up.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I suppose so. Yeah, it's the naming thing could be a draw for some folk, yeah. I don't know. Maybe the struggles with the background sim will be the thing itself that helps push the jump claim range, because that does away with a problem totally. And then building your own wee hub would be quite fun. Which is, I think a lot of folk want to try and do that. I'm not going to hit the score button. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. I'll just whiz by it anyway.
Welcome, Commander. Communications are open if you require docking access.
Fucking access required, thank you very much.
Maintain an appropriate speed during approach. Request accepted.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Cargo hold.
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps disengaged. Launch underway.
Oh, I've been really lucky. The planet's just that nice for me, the whole delivery. That's really cool. Doesn't happen much.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Orbital flight engaged. Docking request granted. Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Ah. Oh, button. 2 more runs and we're done.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Never a truer statement than a watch kettle never boils.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Nah. Bottled it again. Oh look, a pirate. Going back with nothing in the ship, pirate. They're picking me up the wrong way.
Welcome, Commander. Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check.
Have I tried not screwing that up? Ah, wheels are fun in that.
Docking
Ever since the score drives come in, I've done more loops of shame, I think, than I did before.
request accepted.
I'm just delighted to have a decent orbit. I don't need to fly around the backside of the planet. That's cool. Got 2 goes to get it right. I'm no hopeful.
Docking accomplished. Ship is secure. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Last week I was even making an arse of it in the way doing as well. I kept falling out of
Disengaged. Move clear.
glide and all sorts of stuff. Although I don't really know why I fell out that last one. So if this pirate follows me, shall we? Could do, I've got cargo now.
Orbital flight engaged.
Hello, Kathina. Wow. You haven't done Elite Dangerous for a while. No, you haven't. Nice to see you. I hope you're keeping well. There's a whole heap of new ships for you to be building combat vessels out of. What are you thinking about? Get back in the game. There might even be some new gameplay to it that none of us know about. Not got much longer left in me, Kathina, I'm sorry to say. I'm nearly finished this base and that'll be it, so I do apologise for that. But we'll get nearly 4 hours in. That's a long stream for me. I'm an old guy, I guess. It catches up with you. How have you been? I hope you're well.
Docking request granted.
And what have you been playing, more to the point?
Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I took a wee break for streaming just to recharge the battery. A lot of crap going on in real life as well. We're all in the same boat, I guess. 818 ton of... This is a... what is this? Industrial planetary outpost. Didn't expect it to know the name. This is probably me experimenting. Industrial and refineries usually didn't go together. This has definitely been an experiment. Let's see what happens here.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
There's been a bit of No Man's Sky. There's some interesting stuff going on in it. I was trying to get into X4, but that kind of fell by the wayside. I'll have to try again. I've been focusing on work and getting out and about in the real world to lose weight. Nice. That's good. That's a good thing. Get out, throw the mobile phone in the bin and get out in the real world. That's what we're proposing. Unplug for the web. What was that program we used to watch when we were kids? Why don't you? Was it? Why don't you? Oh, I can't remember now. Switch off the TV, go out and do something less boring instead. Something like that. On a Saturday morning it was, when I was a nipper. Back in the olden black and white days, probably.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
As long as you're keeping well, Kathina, that's the thing. That goes for everybody, in fact. There's not much happiness about the world now, so if we can bring a little bit of it, that's a good thing. Touching slow drive. Fucking look, see? Oops, bad word. Why don't you? Aye, that was it. I'm showing my age, me, am I? Ah. The boosters in these ships are wicked. Imagine the space shuttle had boosters like this. We're at the moon in minutes. Everybody might be squashed into the faceplate of the ship, right enough. Protoplasmic pools of astronauts, so it was left. For the first maiden flight of the SCO space shuttle. Oh, there's a new ship in the game, Kathina, called the Corsair. Oh God, I'd love to have seen a build you would have made with that. Yeah, maybe. 21. Not a day older. Oh, I mess up a lot, dude. It's just part and parcel of what you get. The SCO drives are great though, I wouldn't know have it. Even if you bypass the thing by a few thousand light seconds, you still get back pretty quick.
Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated path, Commander. Request accepted.
Sometimes the closer you are, the worse it is. I like using it going 90,000 and more light seconds. That's good. Crosses that area of space so fast. This is the last of the steel. This is it. Steel. Yeah. You know that you're getting old when all the television programs you watched as a kid are remaking them all again. Oh God. Yeah, I think they took the cockpit from it. It's a circular idea, but it's got a pretty good layout and stuff. So I reckon it's a decent. I want to turn it into a pirate ship, but it's pretty lethal when they get the right weapons and stuff on it. When did you stop playing? You wouldn't have been about when the Panther Clipper was here. You've not seen the Type 11 for sure. You've not seen was the Cobra Mark 5 out? Are you still playing then, or did you stop then? Wow, that'd have been a while now, eh? Ah, deal. There's some I prepared earlier. I still like the double shot frag builds. They're fun. Most folks seem to be building Thargoid fighting ships for the Corsairs as well. For Odyssey when they dropped VR support. Jesus, has it been that long? Wow. That's a long time ago. I can't believe it's that long. Wow. VR and Odyssey would be good, but I think it'd be a minefield. That's a new coding job, I think. That could be Elite Dangerous too, that could. figuring out the code base deal. Right, let's go and finish this planetary and fly away from it and fly back and see what we get, will we?
Landing gear retracted.
Clamps released. The launch underway.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Ah. It was always my accent. That's what the problem was. It's a Scottish accent, you see. It has. The ED sphere. That's a great term, isn't it? The ED sphere. I like that.
Orbital flight engaged.
Well, you're missed. Your ship builds are good, so you're missed. That being said, doing things in the real world and getting fit and stuff like that sounds like a way more positive thing to be getting on with, I think. Throw the mobile phone in the bin. Get out in the real world. I'll never get a job for the companies with a mobile phone. The accent's great. The words coming out aren't very good, but the accent's great.
Docking request granted.
I'm glad to hear you're doing well, though. That's good. Always nice to catch up with people you've not heard with for a while, so thanks for popping in. That was good.
Landing gear deployed.
Don't get confused with the ED medical sphere. You get some weird videos. Oh dear.
Docking successful.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about that kind of stuff. Everything's in working order, you know. Keep taking the medication. That's only gonna tick a box with a certain vintage of people, that one word. You do know that, don't you? Right, here we go. Here we go. The big finish. That's that. Happy days. Woohoo.
Incoming message.
Let's see who owns this one, shall we? Please depart and return later. Okay, we can do that.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Or you can just log off. Yes. Add loitering. What? Oh. And they went high enough there.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
let's see what we get. All our hard work. So what did we finish? We finished a refinery that's elsewhere, and we finished this one, which is here. Pretty sure this is one of Cosmic's constructions. Cosmic Constructions. Oh, what a great. I would say Cosmic Erections, but that might be completely taken out of context, you know. Here we go. We're going to land. Back holding. Does that? Why is it still saying? I don't want that. I don't want that. I want it to do the right thing. I'm going to change to the right thing. Still saying it's a construction yard. We're not far enough away, are we? £20? £20? Okay. Oh, we're alright. A mile. Put a lot of hours into this for a lot of people, right? Yeah, we're on the same boat, I think. Although, I was saying earlier on in the stream, somebody wrote to me on the channel thanking me for the Terra Vallisquez engineering unlock guidey thing I'd done. So that was kind of good, because that was a video I did ages ago. It's nice to see some of that stuff has still been watched. Changed its name now. Right. There's ships you need to engineer and stuff, so that would be good. Again, it's a construction site, I do. Now it's better. Look, that was weird. Heads up display was doing funny bugger. Let's go. The next big thing next year is probably going to be Distant Worlds 3, so although that looks like it's going to be completely different from what was before, because the game's so radically different to them.
Landing permitted. Prep for arrival on landing pad 08. You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
Oh no, but it's the same for any game. It's any new game you've not played before. If it's been out for a while, just even impossible to overcome. Bliss, yeah, it's a big step indeed. Although I think Frontier are trying to do some tutorials to maybe help in that regard. How successful that will be though remains to be seen. At least they're trying, I suppose, you know, but it can't be easy. Back holding. What we got? What you giving me? Industrial. Clothing. Domestic stuff. Food cartridges. Technology too. Metals. Oh, that was it. Didn't work. I think I was going. Who knows? Anyway, this is what we've got here, so some of that stuff is needed for smaller kind of builds. Get the feeling I've been experimenting. It's been that long ago if you built it, I don't remember why. Isn't the human memory fantastic? Yeah, I'm not using Nara to find my goods. I don't actually need to because... Oh. Okay. Quite a lot of the space around about me, I was one of the ones that colonised it, so I know where most stuff is. For example, over here, so this is quite far along the path to... The original plan was to get to the Witch Head Nebula. Wait a minute till I find it. Not there. Over there somewhere. Is it? Hang on, that's the bubble. California Nebula's there. Hades is here. Witch Head is over here somewhere. Where the hell is it? Mental. That's the bubble. California. There it is. Right, there we go. So these systems were some of the first ones that we colonised. So getting here, we had to build a huge chain of systems, and I built more than my fair share of them. But this one was one of the ones before on a Staff Cats, which is here. Or maybe it was Dark Stars, I don't remember. Dark Stars. So from here onward, most of these systems I helped build. Right to... You don't own the system, you're just the architect. Architected it. The owner of the system is actually the person who gave you the beacon, which in most of the cases is what are they called? The fact that it's the minor factions. It's the interesting thing now. Look, manipulating them can be kind of fun. So when it works, obviously. So a lot of these systems I helped build, and I know where most of the stuff is. And because I've been to a lot of them, I can go into the map now and press this and say, right, I need this kind of thing. So if I want to get industrial metals, where I want metals, let's get some metals, let's get some aluminium. Well, I can't get it there. Can I get it there? I can get it there. Goddard Town's a little medium base that we built. So that's how I find what I'm looking for. Yeah, pretty familiar because quite a lot of them I helped build. And I don't remember, we weren't building Coriolis really regularly here until so this is one of Cosmic's. This was one of the earlier ones of Cosmic. The fact that there's two bases here, I would have been planning to do something here, and I've not finished it. But I can build, I've got enough tokens to build Coriolis somewhere along here. I've just not done it yet. And I would need metal here, because I don't have it in any other bases, so I'd be building it round about a rocky world. But these are all ice worlds, maybe that's rocky. High metal. Might not have any rocky world. Ice is no good. Ice is hard luck. Rocky ice you can maybe get away with. Ice can be hard luck. Ice worlds. Yeah, getting metals out in space is the key to colonization. If you can build them close at hand, then you can make life a whole lot better. So I need to re-step myself back to why I built this one the way that I built it. 'Cause I really don't remember why I was doing what I was doing here. Because it's been. I know that it's got two constructions, so this was an experiment I was trying. But I don't remember why. Oops. I may have been building that purely to get these three things up here. Try and put a big orbital somewhere, because that would be making sense. Ice World. Could be I was wanting to put an asteroid base here. Although I find them a bit pointless, if I'm honest. You can't really support it, so. And when it comes to the other systems, well, this is what I've kind of built round about here. So yeah, I've got a few on the go. The ones in California Nebula, so this one here has got two builds happening. So let's go and have a look at that, because I don't remember what I'm doing over there. That's a challenge, because I need to put the carrier together first, and it's more than 500 light years away, so that can be a bit annoying. It's way too player driven. The good thing about Elite Dangerous though is you can put into it what you want, and if you don't want to do any of this stuff, you don't need to. They keep adding to the game, you know. The ground combat wasn't everybody's cup of tea. A lot of flyers didn't like that at all, so they just never did it. They missed out on some nice content, but. Okay, let's see, what am I building here? Don't see any active constructions here, so I've finished what I was building. Okay, so if you're looking for metals, you need to have refinery stuff. That makes them. Extraction gets you the ores, so that'll get you the likes of the bauxite or the hematite and stuff like that. But you need refinery to get metals. If you're needing industrial gear, then that will make you machinery. So an industrial base will make you machinery, and depending what weak links you've got, you can get some other things. Technology is high tech, obviously, and what's the other one? Agricultural's kind of obvious. That's foods and stuff like that. So the ones you need is industrial, agricultural, high tech, binary. Yeah, and then extraction can feed them all. But the most important one's probably the metals. If you can get the metals close to where you're working, it saves you an awful lot of effort. So the initial systems that I built tended to focus on the metals. Then I didn't need to haul them all over the world. But this one here, I think this was the first primary base I built out here that was a Coriolis, so but it's really dependent on what the what the star is. So it's got, this has got industrial and high tech. The agricultural is a weak link to something else, so that doesn't really matter. Tells you here. You only see this bit if you're the architect. You don't see this bit in other people's builds. So you would think industrial goods would come for an industrial base. No, industrial bases make machinery, and then all the other stuff kind of comes for the other ones, high tech and extraction. Technologies for the high tech ones, and the refinery gives you most of the other things. So if you're building a new system, build a refinery. There's only certain ways you can build a refinery though, or pick it up. So in space, you want to have a rocky world. Go to a rocky world and you can build a Coriolis there. That's what to do. That'll get you metals usually right away. Where can I show you that? So when I'm going to pick my metals up, I'll go to a couple of places. One of them is here. So this one I go because I've done the whole lot. I've got 10 builds, so I get a little reduction in cost as the architect. No, you'll not burn out if you take your time. That's all I did, took my time. So that one there I get my metals for usually. And that's kind of what it's got. Extraction, refinery, industrial, tourism, agricultural. And that was I kind of demolished that port because that was the primary base. I built this one over here, which I can demolish, but I'm not going to. Because that's the one that gives me all the agricultural stuff. Putting veg and they two bases here cover quite a lot of the material. There's also a ground base here. M composites you can only get to the ground. You have to have a kind of industrial refinery thing on the ground. But that there is where I get that. So that's my ground refinery. And it's telling you what the strong links are. So that Hammond industrial creation was actually a mistake. But since they patched the game and they made it that two economies don't eat each other up, this has became okay. So I don't need to. I was going to destroy that the first chance I got, but I don't need to do that now. Have a look at go and have a look at Mechan's site. He's got a 54-page guide, right, which is a wee bit over the top, but the gist of it's kind of accurate. Because he was trying to colonize at the beginning when there was a lot of systems that were basically anything you made, your second economy was eating all the goods for, so it wasn't leaving anything for the player. Can't do that now. The systems don't work that way now. So that's why I've got this kind of refinery industrial tourism stuff all happening, and it's giving me good stuff. So that's one of the places I would go to top up. And if I need to get CMM composites, I'd probably go here. But there is other ones I can go to as well. One of my first bases as well is where I'm building something big. So, and I think I've only got one construction left. Let me look. Yeah, so the only construction I've got left is here. So again, that's another one I've did all the 10 builds. So there's a couple of ones that to get the bonus I need to get 10 builds, but a lot of them I'm just kind of messing about with experimenting. I've got that in, I've got that in. And I need to try and get one of the big builds out in California. And now that I've finished this one, I've got 5 there now. And I've got 5 here now. It just doesn't cover what commodity. Well, no, but it's so an industrial economy will give you machinery. A refinery economy will give you metal. A high tech economy will give you technology. And an industrial economy comes from a manufacturing site. But you don't get industrial goods from an industrial site. It's bizarre. I know it sounds stupid, but it's bizarre. The industrial site gives you the machinery. There's things they could do to make it easier, I guess, but I've kind of been doing it that long. I just follow the same way of working most of the time. But I do build things just to see what happens. Because, you know, sometimes think more so before because you could mess a system up. It's really difficult now to mess a system up. In fact, I would say it's almost impossible unless you really want to do it deliberately. Yeah, I'm going to be heading as well. That's 4 hours and 35 minutes. Nice to see you, Katina. Thanks for chatting with her. I appreciate it. Hello, Andy, if you're still floating about. I don't know if you're there, mate, or you've nodded off. But yeah, I think we'll call it a day here, guys. Thanks for hanging about and watching me doing some of this stuff. It's fairly tepid gameplay, I know, but it's part of Elite Dangerous like anything else. And good night and take care, everybody. Stay safe, stay well, and I'll see you the next time I stream. I have no idea when that's going to be. And once again, thanks a lot for chatting with me and hanging around. It's been a pleasure. See you, Andy. See you, Will. See you, Kathina. Take it easy, guys. Andy's on YouTube and on Twitch. Nice.